But whatever, this is what we did last, right? And when this is done, we'll continue with the path. So, we have the last one left. I'm thinking I shouldn't read a lot today. But I want to repeat what we did last time. So, and also check the notes. So let's do this. So these are the files we had. We're supposed to read this file, secret.txt here. I guess I had so many tabs open now, so I actually saved them all to one folder. And there I also have a link that I kind of wanted. We'll see if I want to find it. So, as this one has a suite bit set here. Here we have the code, buffer overflow is using strcopy on the argument to the program. So, looking at it with R2, and the first of these are all nuts. But I think I cleaned it up a bit last time. So you can do dash capital A, not to have to do the AAA bit here. But we noticed this last time. So it seems to be saying the program that it wants this specific address, and that's what makes it kind of possible. Because it will always have the same address. We'll have to test compiling stuff. See if we can compile it ourselves to make the same. But not today, probably. Yeah, that reminds me, I should probably tell the people at the training that I'm not coming today, because it's just 2 hours, well, it's 3 hours till I should go there, so. Let's see. Alright, I have it on the SMS. So I'm not coming to the training. They're very annoying, especially since I'd hoped to go climbing at the indoors climbing gym for the second time yesterday. And of course I couldn't. So if you feel like you get tired from just like doing nothing. So annoying. It was a long time actually since I was 6. I shouldn't complain. Training helps. There. So just telling him. So he knows. Oh, let's see. AFL for listing the functions we have. Analyze function list, maybe. I don't know what it could possibly stand for. Let's actually look at the R2 notes if I did say anything else here. Just list functions. So, to list, when we listed the function, we got the address here. And we can see that it's all on 400 something, right? 400 here. Well, 400,000, I guess. And it's also hex, I shouldn't say that. But I don't want to say a million zeros either. We have disassembled main. copy arg function. And at first we just tested, and this is their suggested exploit. So we just tested this and put some letters after until we actually got a buffer overflow. So this is just a basic test. And then we tested it with just ACE2. And this was more recent. See, yeah, so there's no date on these. So in signal 11 in R2, here's the capital A, by the way, means segmentation fault, meaning it's likely a buffer overflow. So just thinking we didn't already know it was a buffer overflow, you know, if we didn't have the code. Sorry for coughing. A main non-repeatable string. So we did run a create pattern from exploit with 500 characters, since we checked that crashed it. And let's see here. Yeah, right, we didn't really get it to crash with us, did we? Let's see. I don't remember, so I have to check. So here we ran R2 with already this argument at the start of the command. And yeah, so I'm kind of dotting these. All of this is just making it harder to read. Right, so there was stuff there that we removed. But we get to the prompt. We'll look at main. And we'll look at copy arg. This is to be able to put a breakpoint at a good position. So we realize that the str copy is what overwrites outside our allotted space there. If we go up to the C code, C0C. So here we have 140 characters here. And when the str copy is run, it copies whatever we gave as an argument into these 140 characters. And as we did 500 now, we kinda overrode a lot, right? So here are my dots. Oh my. Yes, we checked for an address at the, after the str copy when it was going to return here. We really want to see what happens during the return instruction, because we want to override the actual new IP instruction pointer. IP sounds like IP address. I'm sorry, that's I should say instruction pointer. So when it will be read off the stack, it will read something that we overrode, and we want to know what that is. So we did DC to continue execution all the way until this point, the breakpoint, which is actually the return here. Before this instruction is run, we're stopping. We're checking what the registers contains, and we can see that the RIP contains this. But we can also see, let's see, do we have anything that really looks odd here? Not that I can see. So possibly RBP here. RBP looks like a very random thing. So since it should have been overridden at leave, that's reasonable. So we also check memory at RSP, and we can see that what memory contains is this. this is the next thing that will be read back from memory here, and will be put into the RIP at this address here. And when we run it, one more instruction executed, we do get a signal 11, and we check the registers, but we can see that it didn't change RIP. And I haven't seen this in any other programs, and RSP was not moved. So it stopped and did never really pop the old RIP off the stack. We can run DS and DC. Yeah, so it just keeps like looping to the same spot, given the same error message. So if you don't run DS a million times or DC continue execution, DS is single line, it still keeps just showing us this, which is kind of funny. Anyway, I guess it's some kind of protection, maybe, I don't know. Let's see. So find the position of the string. We can see anyway that it should have read this, right? This is the next thing that's trying to read. We can figure this out. So we get this. Let's see if we can have it open at the same time. So this is the number up here. Let's see, 4132 is just backwards. 6641. So all the way to this, and it tells us it's offset 152. So using the number of RSP positions, since RIP is not popped, but still causes segmentation fault. For some reason this program will never actually run the ret instruction. We get 00 as address when we run. Yeah, so if we run outside this, we get this. Or did we get it here too? Yeah, so this says this is the address. Right. This is a bit odd, but I guess it's maybe because of a very odd address. I've never seen this. Anyway, odd. Why? I still don't know. The task gives us shellcode to use. So we tried using this and we didn't succeed, but we still have disassembled it and understood what it actually does. I'm not going through that now again. We have position is 152. The shellcode we want to run is the code from here. We don't know what address this is located at though. So, and the R2 command will be this. And the suggested command from the task that gave us this is this: nop, number of nops, shellcode, random data, number of random data, memory address. So we did the same thing, and we prepared our command here. We did I don't know if it was this one. One of these had maths in this. So we want 152. We know that the shellcode is 30 characters, and we're adding 10 extra E's here. And then we're putting B's here to be able to find this just in. We don't have an address yet to try with. So follow command to put this in memory, so we can find the address to jump to. Yeah, so we added the R2 bit here only. Then when we run the command, let's see. I'm kind of going to delete this again because there. We're setting the same again. We're running it and setting a breakpoint. Setting the same breakpoint. The ret instruction of the function. We're executing the program. It hits the breakpoint. We check how this looks. Now we have 41s here instead in RBP, so we can see that we have overwritten this just before here. And what we currently have at PXA at RSP minus 160. We do minus 160 now because we don't just want to see our B's here. We want to see what's before, because we want to find an address to run. So we can hop into any of the knobs, and then this shellcode will be run. Only it didn't work, but whatever. So, and here what we're supposed to replace with this address. We did the same again. We continued execution. It didn't crash still. Or did it this time? Let's see. DR PXA. Oh, well, I didn't think more here. So we select an address in the middle of the knobs. So E270. Here. This is the address where we start. And I don't know why I put this twice, because of the offset being prettier here, maybe. We could have just selected one of these. Anyway, I did this, so I better keep it. Also, let's just do this again so it doesn't break the colors. The colors of obsidian. Here we can see we were actually at 42 this time, so it actually runs the ret instruction this time. So DS, DR, yeah, so here this is actually popped into there. This time we need to add a comment here, right? So this time I guess it was not able to do the other one. The B's are red, well, popped, I guess I should say. Popped from the stack into RP. So when we check RSP next time here, it has been changed because of we popped something from the stack. So the stack, all of this is what was red, and we only had these. So it could have been something random because we did a bit too short of an. I was kind of set on 32-bit stuff, and this is actually 64-bit, so I didn't realize that until after here. I'm like, oh right, we're doing 64-bit now. I didn't remember. So we select an address here. We convert the endianness. Right. I'm just going to check, see here, a bit down. So I might have saved all of the output here. Yeah, I did. So we could actually check into what happened. So after the 41s here, the address is here, and RIP becomes this. So right, so is there a duplicate here? It doesn't matter really, because we can just open a new one. So I don't want this to move. So Yeah, this is the right place. Let's just paste it here. Yeah, so 7. This is not the right one. Maybe this is another one. But the direction of it was correct. I mean, it started with 7F, right? So let's go up a bit. Because I wanted to keep debugging this, you know? But I also wanted to finish in the time I had. And it was... I think I streamed until 6 AM, which is stupid. But I had to stop sometime, you know? Yeah, since it's 5 AM and I might miss something, right? So 5 AM. That was stupid, especially since I was feeling sick already then, so that was stupid. If I had not, I might have been like good the next day. But I just got sick that day, so I didn't think it would take more days, really. So I'm just checking. Oh, this is another one. We looked back at the start there, at the previous ones. Buff overflow C. And then we run the A's that we had it up in the logs here. So now we're at the A's here. No? I'm blind. I had them at the very start here. So I'm having both the old and the newer one parallel. And here it didn't stop, it should. So we should have a lot of messy stuff. OOD is restarting it. We're getting this error several times. This is like the bad error that didn't really tell us anything. We still had the breakpoint there. We had it one line higher first. I was checking the help for the command. I think I pasted something by mistake here. Yeah, a lot of paste mistake. Then we're running it here. We get segmentation faults. Then we try in GDB too for 2 seconds. Let's actually get rid of this out of the notes because we've checked this bit of it. It's quite a lot, so it's nice to have a reasonable amount to check through. And then we have then we're trying it this again. So I'm like, why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it give me the address, right? I was looking here again. We're getting the zeros. It's starting it again. We're getting the zeros again. It's still at this address, and I'm getting like, well, okay, maybe this won't work, right? So let's just see where I am. Yeah, so I can just delete until this position here. So we're reconnecting to the box. I think it fell asleep while I was thinking. So the directory. So here we're actually running it again, but now with the long string. So we're running it with the find the position string. And this time, when we run it, let's see here, we have our breakpoint here. And we do pixel ESP. Yeah, and I was like, ESP, this is wrong. Yeah, right, it's RSP. We're not on 32-bit anymore. And we looked here in memory where to find a good spot. We run one more instruction, and we're still at this address. So here I wanted a fresh start, so I put a lot of new lines there. And we're running the command again. All of the start lines we're checking. Yeah, we're continuing until breakpoint here. Already at the breakpoint, the register is the RSP. We have the B's ready here to be read. This is with the B's instead. And let's see. Oh. Yeah, I was playing around with minus. See how much we finally did the minus 160 here to see these nicely. And this is what's in the notes. It's saved in the notes. And there's the command for that. Let's check here. Yeah, so here we also have when we, after checking the memory a lot, we actually did the DS and executed the ret instruction. It actually, this time, the B's can hop into RIP. They did. Yeah, and we can see that they are now on the line above where the stack pointer is. So why did I hop over here? I wanted to check if there was anything on the reason why it succeeded now. But I guess it's really nothing. Yeah, but then after this we have, let's see here. That's 161, so we're up to the same point in time. We do the RS, and now it actually works. This time B popped from the stack into RIP. We just started this line, and there we select an up line to go on, and this oh, I just wanted to hop over to this one. So we have selected here our NUP line, and let's delete that so we don't have so much. Then we're updating, we're running this address instead. Running this address, and we didn't really have any more notes here. They're like out. I was tired, it was morning. So when this is run, let's hop this to the other place. The process started, and let's do that here. DC, we execute it. Shall stop the signal 4. Yeah, we got signal 4 here instead. And I was like, what? I didn't know exactly what happened here. But I think I searched for signal 4. Was it like divide by 0 or something? Linux. So let's see, 4. Illegal instruction. Yes, it's trying to run something that's illegal. That's not necessarily a problem, because we didn't jump away after our shell creation here, but we didn't get a shell. We're supposed to get a shell when we run this code. So we can also see here that this is the error. This bit here, this is already in there. So let's see here, new command. So let's add a sh here. When we run this, we don't get the expected shell, but just a signal for illegal instruction. So the illegal instruction might be that there's some security making this not possible, but it could also be, so this is exec bin sh. I don't know if that would be like not secure thingy and an illegal instruction in that way. Does it say anything more here? What type of illegal instruction? There's just one, right? So we also got divide by 0, I'm kind of sure. However, let's leave it up here so we know what tab it is. We did definitely not get our shell, so let's say maybe the code run, but we didn't see the shell. Maybe the instructions were just illegal. The shell from the task, the shell code from the task does not seem to work. Let's get some other shell code, and this was suggested because we at this stage we checked someone else that had run this, and no one seemed to have used the actual one in the task. Well, since it didn't work, you know, but someone used this, so we tested this instead. So second try using, yeah, so let's just do command line. What did I say here? Command. Let's just command to run. So I need to know why it didn't work, you know. I know why this didn't work. Well, I don't really know. I need to know why this didn't work too. It was not logical. So just a sec, my kid now. Yes, love. Vill du ha en skärm? Okej. Jag hämtar skärmen. Den står här och väntar. Den här inställningen jag visade i bilden. Oh my god vad full den här var. Oh my god. So I've eaten so many things too these days now. There. I'll have to train extra hard later. So let's see. Got some more blueberry crucifritti. It's vanilla rice and blueberry jam. So let's see here. Right, so this is a new command run, and this code is 40 instead. And first I tried with the one that was not optimized, meaning it had nulls in it. And we did never check bad characters for this one. We did for the others. So maybe that is something we should actually have done, right? That could explain a lot of stuff. So before we continue, you know, with the next one, with buffer overflow 2, I want to do this one and actually do the bad character check, and maybe it'll be like, oh right, so that's why this doesn't work. Oh right, that's why this happened, you know? That's why I had to use this address instead of this. Because I had problems with addresses too. And it was late and I didn't want to like do it then. So I'm just thinking of that long stream. 16 hours stream, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm just crazy. Just obvious now. Especially since it was 2 until 5, you know. So it's actually on different days. No, but my kids were playing together, and that was like, was long since I could do a longer stream, so I took the opportunity and having fun. So it's not like working, you know. It's just playing. I'm sure people play computer games for that long, right? If they have the opportunity. So let's get the right. So we're doing TryHackMe now. So I have to get the right VPN. Come on, machine. I did click. So why? Click. There. So yeah, TryHackMe was the last one. So let's hop here. So we SSH to this one. We haven't started it yet, so we'll have to do that first. So I'm sure this one talked about bad characters, didn't it? I've only done it so many times now that I'm like, why was this not in here? Let's just read through this in like mega speed. Nop sled. Well, yeah, it's so many steps they didn't do, right? Yeah, so we haven't gotten to that yet, and it will not be in this room, meaning this is... They're talking about nops. They're not talking about anything with bad characters. Yeah. So let's look at it. So we have all of the commands that we used before from other ones. Divide by 0. Yeah, so here I have should check bad cars. So let's actually already do it up here. So inserting into this, we're doing a bad char check, right? And this is like a header. This is a big thing. We haven't done this yet for this one. We have our command here. We don't have like a million characters here. Yeah, so this is, we need to make a new command to run, right? So let's miss these, and instead of having all of this, we're just going to do the bad characters. We're just going to hop it all the rest of things and just do the bad characters. And I'm kind of sure that null will be there, right? Do I have like a bed shards thingy? I have it in here, I'm sure. But do we have a general one? Maybe this is good enough. I'm thinking that scrolling in this file to find the list of all the characters, right? So copy. Let's make a file called bud cars. Let's do all chars for bed char check. So there, that's all of it. I'm not at all tired. So we're putting it in here. We're running this on the machine that we don't yet have the IP for, though. Let's get that IP. So I remember user one password, right? 184.251. A yes for the millionth time. User one password. And here we have the machine. We're doing overflow 3. And here we have the files. So and then we run our command. Oh, you see the lag of the machine? So we're just running this. We're going to put the breakpoint that we usually use, right? So I'm kind of remembering, but not good enough for just typing it. So let's see, the breakpoint is at 563. But let's copy the command. So I'm pasting it. Apparently at the wrong place. There. And then we do DC to make the command continue until the breakpoint. There was nothing in the string, and it ended very functionally there. So we do DC again, and it just finished it. So I guess I should have checked memory. I don't think I can do DR now. Yeah, I can. And then let's do PXA at RSP. Oh gosh, I'm typing and nothing is happening. PXA at RSP. Well, let's do the minus 160 that we had before. So yeah, I'm like, so if I do DC again now, yeah, I want to run OD, but I want to use the same argument, so I'm quitting. Welcome Ben, welcome in, thanks for the follow.
New follower dirdeps420. Less than 3.
So we're running this command again, but I'm going to not finish execution this time. So let's just set the breakpoint at the return instruction in the, and we run this, and it should, null should terminate the string. It should be a 0 like string input, but I still want to look at the memory. Yeah, and it does this. so we can see that we have this is, I guess, the correct return address because it works now, you know, it's not broken. How much further into here should we really go? Well, let's do 300. Yeah, let's continue testing because I'm like, you know, this shouldn't be a problem. So we're quitting. We're doing this, but we're going to hop to the start and remove null, which will terminate the C string. So it's like obvious, but I wanted to see it still. So, and I can use up from the previous ones, which is very nice, right? That it remembers the previous commands, even though we just quitted it. So, let's just DC to run it until the breakpoint, and we still have nothing there, right? So it echoes our output that is nothing. I'm like wanting to edit the program and putting some characters at the start and end so we can see if there's anything there. So the first characters are control characters, you know. I guess we should do DR first, just to confirm. We're at RIP 563 there, the return instruction. So that will just exit the program. So if we run this, yeah, I would like to know where in memory this ends up. So I can't see any so these overlap. There's no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, here. And then I guess we do 100. And these also overlap. So what if I OOD, meaning starting it again, and I do A B C D, meaning I should get a lot of recognizable numbers, or we've actually used the capitals. Let's I think my brain is used to seeing those in memory, right? And we should still have our breakpoint, I think. Oh, I did caps. So we still have our breakpoint there. So if we DC this, we should get to the breakpoint, and we should have a very nice output there. So what if we now do this? Let's do 300. So there we can see it, but it starts here. So That's not prettier. B. I'm like, what? What did I do? 308, 3B. So this is not hex. So then I should do 312. I was thinking hex. So now we have it nicely aligned, and we have it on 290. And also, actually, let's do 200 and see where we get it. Yeah, 200 is good, because we have it at the start of a line, and we can also see RSP. So if we run with our old command, OOD, I guess we'll do this. I'll just pick it up from the other. So I hopped to find this. Here. So what we did was to do, let's see if I paste here. Yeah, I have this copied. We didn't need that. I didn't mean to copy it either. I'm just going up in history to this point, and we want to copy that, and then we want to copy the last one, which is 200. So these two commands should hop us so we can see the position, and let's actually save this. So here we can see A, B, and let's quickly just
Welcome, Raiders. TryHackMe brought 19 friends to the party. Go drop them a follow.
Hi. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Oh, what were you doing?
TryHackMe says,
Yo.
What were you streaming? Tell me all about it. So, I'm just going to paste the command here that I actually did before this to get this output. So, for debugging, we used easy to find input to find the address where the buffer variable is stored. There. This is just a scene breakpoint. So this is a tool called R2, Rudder2. And we're using it to look at memory and see what's happening when we run a program. And right now we're just trying to see if one of these characters cannot be, so all hex character from 00 to FF, what can't be in the input?
Doing a co-working stream, so I did all sorts of little jobs. Finished off a new shout out for SB, made some changes for THR sub DLL, and then did about 60% of a thumbnail.
Okay. So, I didn't know what all of your shorts were for though, so if you want to tell me more, I could just click here, right? So, we have to see. So, you got the shout out there. Let's see what you were doing. Oh, so this is one of the what's on stream. Oh right, yeah, I think I've been watching your stream. Yeah.
StreamerBot and StreamUp.
Yeah, because yeah, I think I watched a YouTube video of yours on StreamerBot. Nice. So of course I'm using StreamerBot, you know. That's what shouted you out. So we have StreamerBot here. But I'm also using Security Live's TTS, something I must very much recommend. So this is a very nice TTS. You can set your voice, you can do lots of fun stuff, and as you can see, you can also TTS ban or set, if there's a mega long message, you can just don't speak it, you know. So this I recommend a lot. Then I'm also using Sammy for, I don't have anything else but a phone that I control everything on. I prefer this to buttons anyway, and it's very nice and tiny on my desk. Just have it in a tiny stand like this, so very nice. And always charging. So there. Let's move these. So, though I think the TTS wants to be active because Chrome might just kill it otherwise. So, let's continue. And everybody, follow. Now I have to see what videos you have. Oh, so there's three videos. Oh, why does it keep starting? Yeah, so pages that automatically turn on sound. They're not my perfect favorites. So we're doing TryHackMe, and this is a room that teaches us buffer overflows. And this room doesn't actually teach much. So that's why we've been doing hack the boxes rooms on this. So first we did the Linux buffer overflows there, and we did the Windows one. And all other rooms. I've also been doing other buffer overflows tests, and they all check for bad characters, and we had lots of odd problems with this one, and that's why I'm actually doing it here and seeing if there's a way to see what characters will like mess stuff up. Currently it seems like no characters really were in there. So we're just going to run OOD, which means start this program again with this argument that I'm going to give you. So I'm just going to my notes, and we're going to copy this full thing again, except we don't want null in there. Null terminates strings in C. So there. Let's just paste that. Alright. Yeah, so what we want is we want Python. So after the end of this, we actually want, let's do this and this. There. And actually another parenthesis too. Because one we want for the dollar parenthesis. That is a Linux way of doing. I wonder if Control A works. It did. So dollar if I can type dollar parentheses. That's a way to tell Linux to see what all of this inside here does. Just run it for me, please. Then we're going to do Python C, run this command for me, please. And then we do print and start parenthesis there. So now we have at the end also ending this, ending this, ending this, and ending this. So apparently I broke it. Yeah, so let's I'm going to quit and start it again because it's easier. We already have it here. So now we're going to run it, and we're going to add the breakpoint again. That's why I have these lines copied in my notes. So it's easy to paste. I could also arrow up though. And then we want to do RSP200. It wasn't that long ago we did that. And this used to be at, well, let's see, what address did we have? Yeah, so we're at a totally different address now. So our RSP last time was not there. Or was it? No. Was further up. So this way didn't work. I'm like, maybe should put the breakpoint earlier. So we can do AFL. Oh, I'm typing in my notes. So AFL to list all the functions. So then we can do PDF to disassemble a function. And it's a sim dot copy arg that we want, and there might need an at there, right, because we want the address of this, so we want an at there. So now we can see that the current one we have our breakpoint is here, and the copy function that puts it at memory address is over here. So the destination here, where is it? Because the destination is not the same place, apparently. So the program is on the same place in memory always, but apparently the stack is on different places. It's not the same address there. So if we were to look at this address, then we can see the values of these registers. So let's do that. Let's copy this one, and I'm going to actually quit it again because it's much easier to restart it this way. So we have the null removed. Oh, whatever, I know what I want. I want a DB breakpoint, and I want it at this address. And I want DC, it continue execution until this breakpoint. And this is where it actually copies the text. And then after this, it will print the text too. So, right. So, I'm kind of thinking it's RDI here that contains the string, or let's do DR to check the registers here. So let's compare these addresses. So RDI, RAX. Oh, RAX. So we do have the C code too for this. It's up here at the very start. So this function does string copy, and then this is printf. So it copies the string, which is the actual argument of the program, to the buffer, and then it prints a buffer. So we want to know where this buffer is in memory right now, so that we can just see what it is and what was actually inputted and what was not. And here we tested with a very easy to find string, right? Lots of 41, 42, 43, 44. But now we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4. That's what we're looking for. And if only the first two were actually there, it's hard to find it. So that's why I'm doing this. Yeah, and this is exploring new territory, learning things. But here, var 98 RBP minus. So maybe we should So the problem here is that we might overwrite these, you know. Anyway, so my memory is going like too much to remember. You have to write this down. So I'm actually going to copy this line. Let's actually copy all of these lines. Or should I do the full thing? And then we want so these are like setting up the arguments here. But VAREX. So I wish I had like more things open at the same time. So the code, the C code, it just creates a variable and gosh, then it does a string copy in the printf. So so this should be the printf and this should be the string copy, but I don't know, like so move so why is it doing it like this? So this is just the start of the function. And then it adds the memory for these. And this is the amount. It changes the stack pointer. to point to after these, so to speak. So their memory is reserved there. Arg, var. I don't know what these mean. So yeah, so you know, we don't have to like just generally try to understand it all. We can just ChatGPT it. So let's do that. By the way, I had to see. I'm sure I'm following. Oh, not with this account. Okay, now we're following. There. So, please explain the variable how the variable that is printed is used in this function, and how I can find its address using R2 easiest. And we forgot the code. Oh my god. Let's just do I forgot the code to give you the code. It understood something was missing. Could you provide the function? In the function simcopyarg, the variables that is printed is stored in the memory location RBP. Yeah, so we could see this here. This is where the function copies the content of arg1 stored in RDI. So RDI, let's look here. This is prettier. So RDI here. Yeah, it says here RDI. So here is where RDI is put into RAX as the argument here then. Using RDA, using str copy, and then printed with puts. Here's a breakdown. arg1 is passed through RDI. The function first moves the value of RDI into RBP minus 98. Meaning arg1 is stored in var 90h. So that's the first one. So I'm like, why are there two, right? So we only have the argument and one other variable here. We don't have two. So now maybe we'll find out why now. This is seen in move to RDI. Alright. Move RDI to var. So it didn't print the full line. So here we have move keyword. And this is arg1. So this moves the value in RDI into this, and then moves it to RDX. Okay, so this is like a very, very temporary thing that is just used in these two lines. which we can see, of course, that it's only used here, right? I'm sorry if I'm not interesting. So I just want to understand this. Copying arg1 to it just seems so messy. The function loads the address of RDP 90 referred to as var90h into RAX and prepares to copy the content from arg1 to this address. Yeah, so the address into RAX and oh, sorry. Oh. Good morning.
Cybernair Dante says.
Frank, good morning.
I want to understand this. So it's a messy buffer overflow thing that doesn't go exactly as I want, so I want to know why. The string copy function is called to copy the string pointed to by arg1 via RSI into the memory space at var90h. And this is the one that buffer overflows and the string copy is vulnerable. So printing the content after copying the address is loaded into RAX. So I'm thinking maybe it is still in RAX. It should still be in RAX. Let's see. After copying, this is loaded into RAX. And then it is puts might overwrite RAX. We'll notice. So what is our RAX here? And what if we check like I guess we could do RAX. So also it is still running, so this should still exist, right? So what if I copy this? Can I use this with PXA? And maybe just this first. Yeah. So this is so messy. This is a wrong memory. I'm thinking that's wrong. Yeah, invalid address. So let's instead do, what did I have before? Let's just type something. So PXA at RAX. Which is the same as RDI apparently, but it usually says, you know, like RBP is here, RDI is here. So let's quickly look back up on the registers. RAX and RDI are identical, so it just doesn't show it. Also, this is kind of close to stack pointer there. So we could see. No, we couldn't see it. So it is exactly before here. So we stop before the copyright. So 540. It's before the string copy. So string copy is just about to be run here.
S7 Oil says.
Cheap viewers on. Web link.
Fixerbot
yes,
says.
removed but not removed.
Message
from
removed.
Yes. well. Anyway. Can I get this into my brain and understand exactly why the error occurred? So we could just step, that is DS, step 1 step, and that should run it. And we didn't hop, we can see we hopped to 430 now. So okay, did we do an, yeah, here it is. So 430. It is string copy. And this is but this is not 430, is it? No, string copy. Right, so string copy. Right, so really, I didn't want to step into this. Let's put a breakpoint on this and continue execution until then, because we don't want to go through all of string copy and see what it does. It's not like we can change it. So db breakpoint at this, and then we do dc to continue until that breakpoint. Now we hit the breakpoint, meaning we're at 552. So we're currently just before this instruction. So this copying of the string is finished. So if we do dr now, we should have, this is still here. Is this the same? So E1D0, I think so. E1D0. So the string should really be at E1D0 now. And let's look. We also have E1D0 here still. So
New follower HLFFFGB. Less than 3.
hi, welcome in. Yeah, so this one, or thanks for the follow. You probably were here already, right? So this is an address, right? But it's probably messed up being reversed. So, and this also is not an address. Can you see what it says? We actually found what we were looking for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and no 9. So we found it. This is what we were looking for. So we have a good spot to stop the program to see if to find bad characters, and it seems like 09 might be a bad character. So if we look in our buffer overflow nodes, we can see that 09 is a horizontal tab, and it's in our previous example we had this as a bad character. So we're just going to delete this from our thing, and then we're going to look, we're going to step to the same place, and to remember it, first of all, we can delete that. We want to remember that we're supposed to check PXA RX, right? That's what we want to do. And before this, we want to hop to this breakpoint. So this is the one we want. I'm just pasting it on the other screen, and then we do DC. So let's put it all in here. DC. So we go to this breakpoint. We set to go to this breakpoint. We do DC, and then we check this, and then we should see our string. So this is what I would have wanted from ChatGPT. But it didn't have the full program or know what we're doing, so there. 552. Ah, so now we're going to redo this, removing 9. So we're going to actually Q. Q. And we do this, but we remove 9. So 9, bye-bye. No horizontal tabs. We run it, or rather we start R2, run that command. But then we're going to add our breakpoint, which should be kind of in the history here, but we still wanted it in our notes anyway. And then we just DC. Now we should be at the same place again. So if you do PXI REX now, we still have only up to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's assume that A is also a bad character. Hex 0A, that is. So let's, I guess I should do, OOP, is it right? I guess it's worth it when we're doing it like this. So I'll have to just copy this, the argument, and let's do OOP space paste, and now apparently I managed to copy also the exiting. So now let's go to the start. Let's remove A2. There, run it. Go to our breakpoint. I should still be there. We can check what breakpoints we have by doing DB. We don't have any breakpoints. Okay. Yeah, it was still there in the history. Sometimes you edit the history when you do that. You never know. We do DC. We're at the right spot in the program. We do PXI REX there. So, thank you, Johannes. Thank you very much. So how are you? I missed your stream yesterday. Sorry. So much thing to do. I was helping my mom and stuff. Hope you're great. Thank you.
Johannes says,
for subscribing.
Soon we have a Twitch baby.
Yeah, 8 months, that's crazy. 8 months. Yeah, next month. Now we can see here that we have also B, C, D, E, F. 1, 0. We have hex counting, right? You can see hex is counting. It starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we had to remove 09 and 0A, and then we have B, C, D, E, F, and the next after F is 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. Well, let's say 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
It will be called Fix Winroth 42 lol.
Yeah. That sounds like a good name. So what are you doing? You working, relaxing? We have 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F. And after 1F we should have 2, 0. We don't have a 2, 0, we have a null. So we have found another character, right? That we need to remove from this. So let's actually make a string in our notes with the characters we have removed. So we have bad cars. Well, let's do lowercase. And so far,
Just finished work, and sat down here to breath a bit. How are things going, darling?
Yeah, it's going great. Now we actually have what I wanted, what I was looking for. And it appears there are a lot of characters that are not working as they're supposed to. They're not like loaded into memory as they should. That could explain why it didn't work, some things I did. And that is nice, to know why things not working, right? You want to know why things are not working as they should. So 2. I'm guessing 2, 0 is the next one then. So we're getting quite a lot of them. We could also use some stuff venom then to generate a payload that's specific to these characters, but it might be bigger than the one we already have. So yeah, finished work sounds nice, right? So I was actually homesick today, but I thought I'd stream a little bit. But I've stopped coughing, I think. So hopefully normal day tomorrow. So some things I have to do even if I feel like a bit off, like get my kid to school. The way of the parent. You have to do stuff even if you're sick. So next one is actually, I wish I could just hop there, but so we can see them here at the same time. 1F. After 1F, we didn't get anything more, so we're removing this one too. Running it. We're adding the breakpoint. So I wonder if we can tab this. So could it remember the loss? No. We just want the breakpoint. We want to do DC. We want to do PXARIX.
Exactly. Soon they be old enough, and things will switch. They are sick and take care of us. Smile, smile.
Yeah, maybe. That's actually what I kind of did for my mom yesterday. She was worried to go refuel her car because it was a long time ago, so I had to go and drive to her, and I sat in my car when she was fueling her car. And then I went with her home, and we also went to my dad's grave. So you have to do those things anyway. So here we have 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, to 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 3, 1, and now we can see the columns here. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, right? So all we have to do, that we see they are aligned, they're not missing characters anymore. We just check so there are no nulls or anything here.
Ooh, I understand. My father is 77, so I have experienced that too.
Yeah,
Smile.
Yeah, so my mom got... So after my dad died, it's almost 3 years ago now, she got a lot more, fragile and, she doesn't trust herself with electronics the same, because he knew a lot of it, and stuff like that, So F0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. So we have all the rest in one go here now, after we removed our 2 2-0 was the last one. So all of this is without the break now, all of the rest of the input. So we have our 4 bad characters. So we can actually go and look and compare why didn't the other exploit work, right? Did it have any of these in it? Found all bad characters there. Yeah, so still she's you know, not really calling her friends. I'm a bit worried. She's depressed. She says, I don't want to eat any pills or anything.
Yeah, I fear when that day comes my Morther is 7 years younger, and she is so stubborn I think she will live to 100 years old just to mess with us. Smile, smile, smile.
Yeah. Yeah, so my dad got cancer and he had it for like 11 years. But at the end it was kind of tough. And mom almost felt bad because she was taking care of him so that her body was like feeling, she had a lot of pain and stuff. And when he died, she felt better, and that physically, and that made her feel even worse psychologically, you know, like, yeah, you know.
3 to hear. Fuck cancer.
Yeah, it's horrible. But I guess it's like what most people die of now. I mean, a lot of people do, at least. So we're not intended for living forever, I guess. But you still would wish everybody to, especially when kids, you know, when it happens to kids. Life is life. We can't change it. So, wish we would have some magic and just fix all the problems. All of the things. So we're going to go back to the payload, and we're already here actually. So the reason we did this is, why didn't this work that we had before? Let's see. This is the payload that we got with the task, and when we run this we got an error. So let's double check here. 9.
Can you fix it with Python?
20.
Cure cancer? Smile,
yeah,
smile.
that would be great. That would be great. So 8 is not a problem. Just going through it kind of slowly so that I don't miss anything. Yes, I don't see why this wouldn't work, right? Anyway, it didn't work. We got illegal instruction when we tried this one. When I later tried another one, I got problems too if I used the wrong address, and that's part of why I'm checking this again too. Yeah, so I just got this. So I'm going to take a little bite. So this payload, we can see, just check that we don't have these characters in here.
Anyway, just wanted to come in and say that you were amazing. Now I gotta run and fix some food for the monkeys.
Yeah,
Big love.
do that. Yeah, I have to do that soon too. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for subscribing for 8 months. And see you later. Bye-bye.
Cybernair Dante says,
If he makes it first, he doesn't have to ask.
Yeah.
Well played, sir.
Yeah, he's 14. Smart too. So, and he's making it, you know, we buy finished dough, but then he has to have put everything on there himself. So, yeah, so I think I checked through this, right, for the characters. So, and for 41, that's capital A's times 10. And then we have nulls at the very end here, which I don't think we really need to enter those because it was usually nulls already. we didn't have any of these characters there. So this divide by 0 error shouldn't be really because of this. Let's run this command now and see if we get the same message again, a new day. So we're going to copy. Then I'm going to microwave some pancakes in a bit for my other kid. He always eats the same food. Every day. He's autistic, so that's why. Did I paste it twice? It just looked like that. So I'm not actually going to do that. I'm going to quit first and then I'm going to paste it. So now we have a new tool. We have a new trick up our sleeves here. We can go into do DB. The same thing, you know, check the memory. Was this entered into our memory correctly? Is our pointer after we run this, let's see, breakpoint. We're going to have to add the other breakpoint too here in a sec. But first let's just look at memory, see what it looks like. So let's do PXR, PXA, RAX. All the letters go into one big blob. So here we can see, so it's supposed to be 6A3B, 5848, 31D2, 49B, 49B, B8, 2F, 2F. Oh, it's the backslashes in bin sh. Then we have 6269, and I can see it's already correct there, right? 2F, 7368, 49C1, E808, 4150, 4889, E752, 5748, 89E6, 0F05, 6A6C, 5848 again, 31, FF, 0F05. This is the end of it. Then we have our ace, and then we have the address that is supposed to point to somewhere in the knobs.
Fixerbot says.
Thanks for the follow.
New follower Stringard. Less than 3.
So this address here is supposed to be then 7F, FF, FF, FF. So they're all 7F, FF, FF, FF. Then we have, I'm like lost, E270. So E270, this is where this execution address points to. Right now, when we step through this program and continue the execution, we're actually going to make a new breakpoint at the very end to see what it looks like there. But this is the address that it should be able to continue execution from, right? So if it would execute here, it would go into our code. And then after the code is finished, it would be like a few A's that will be a non-executable instruction. And if this is where it crashes, that's fine. But it should give us a shell first on the machine. And this is a, you know, we should get a shell. That's what we should get. So let's see if we get it. Because I did get divide by 0 last time, Friday when I did this. Yeah. So let's do a DR to just check the registers so we know where we're at. we can see that our execution is where we wanted it to be. It's also shown here for now, it's not always shown there. We can see that our stack pointer here is 230, so it's on top here. Yeah, the string at 240. Yeah, I think it was like the address and something in between there only. So this is a part of the stack, and then we're just overwriting it backwards. Overwriting where it's supposed to have. This is a RBP position. Oh. Oh, okay. But we counted how many characters it was. So let's actually do... let's actually not do RAX, let's do RSP instead. So we can see that there's something else here before or after. We have the FF, E6 to 9. And then we have there are addresses here. FF, F7, DC, F8, C0. So this is further away in memory. Okay. Anyway, I was thinking, like, was I overwriting too much, you know? But we did check that the return address should be in the spot. That's why we have calculated the right number of characters to go there. So it's supposed to work. So we're going to step through this, but we don't want to step through it all. So we're going to do my old breakpoint. Let's see. I'm sure it's not that too far up. Here. We could check the disassemble code too. This is the ret instruction. The very end of the function before it actually will hop to that address. So here. So let's step throw it. So this is the first reason. Oh, here. So here we did check the bad shards. I only put it over here. Let's do a let's skip this one and let's hop the bad shard check down to where we actually needed it. So this one didn't work, so we test another, and that one didn't work, but I will get this one to work later in my things. And so none of the bad shards are in the shellcode. So let's step through it instead. So the functions ret instruction. So step through it is not really what we do here. we're going to put before after str copy, and this is where we want here. I'll do step through it. It's just 2 steps. So here we will see that that's the old one, bad car check. Here we create our breakpoint, and we check that this is okay. We also print the registers just to have it all, and so that's a big oh, so there, so we can see that this is all the knobs, all the instructions, and we can see this, and then let's go this way, and now we'll actually do it too. So we're going to put the breakpoint db just to check the other one, and we're going to add db there, and then we're going to continue until the breakpoint, which also means that it prints all of it, and this is the address here it prints to, which ends with nulls, but if it would happen to read those characters, it's still zeros there, this address, you know. So we're now there. Let's check memory again. So we did the RSP last, not RAX. So let's do RSP again. And now we have this, which is the correct address, I'm sure. So 2E70. Let's actually do let's do RAX. So it is now all RAX is pointing somewhere else. Let's see. So here it was still pointing there. So let's do DR. Now we can see that RAX has been used. It has another value. So let's see what else. Yeah, and RBP is totally broken too, you know? We overwrote this. And if we go one other step, it should hop to these actual instructions, and that's what's really interesting. If we do just DS is the step. So this is when we will see, will it hop into our knobs? If we do DS now, it should be at 270. This is correct. So now we know that it hops to this instruction. I'm doing DS a few times to see if it hops. So let's do DR now, check the registers. So it is no longer at 270, as you can see, it is going forward. So unfortunately these kinds of debugging is very spacious in the command list. Let's see. So we go into step through it. Actually, I can remove the step through it, right? So first we check this, we hop to this, we did a DS here, and after the DS, let's actually screenshot it or copy it. So we'd actually do, after this we did a DC, and we hit the breakpoint. So alright, so lots of non-printable characters there. But after this, we don't care about what's in memory now. We can see that the address is here, of course. We could do that. Oh, this is so much to copy. So the address is there, to be read next by the ret instruction. So that is good. And we now know that it actually worked more than this. It actually did. If we hop down, so here we're still on this. And then we do DS, and we see that it hops to the correct it did hop to the right address. And if we look at this memory, so let's do PXA at RIP, meaning what are the instructions, right? It's executing the knobs. So it's going to go through the knobs, and so there was a few more DS's here. 1, 2. So let's actually, this is kind of stupid to copy 2 lines like that because they're all the same, but whatever. Then we have the DS and the PXA RIP, and here we see the full thing. So I just skipped the printing of the registers. We could have that one in there too. It's not important, it's important. So if we put this one here, and then I'm just going to dot the registers that are not this one. We don't have to dot both sides. So we see that RIP is stepping here when we do DS. This DS, it ends up in 7-0, and this is 1, 2, and then 3, and then we print what it is. It is 3. So it doesn't show all of them. So if we were to now set a breakpoint, I mean, at this. So let's put a breakpoint at this address. So DB there, and then we DC to continue to the breakpoint, right? So I want to keep up with this because it might be long output and it's very boring to continue. So and we can step through the knobs. So now we're going to do it. Our current position here is 2 more naps, and then the actual instructions start. So if we go 2 more naps, meaning DS, DS, and then we check where we're at. This is the easiest way to do that, right? There. We have the actual instructions. So now when we do DS the next time, we're executing instructions. We've done 6A 3B. Now we're doing 5-8. Let's actually do like a check here. So the next one is yeah. So E to a C, meaning 4-8. It was 4-9-B-8. So stepping 3 times hopped us this far, because all instructions are not 1 byte, you know. So we could check the disassembled one to see them, but I don't remember exactly. I don't think we disassembled this one, actually. I don't think we did. So that's actually interesting. So this address, we still have it in the memory. Why not, right? So let's PDF this address, meaning disassemble this function for us. I couldn't find a function. What if we do 8? Couldn't find a function now. So I had this problem before with this kind of code, that I just cut it out and put it in a separate file and messed about. I finally got it to do it. We might do that later. So, right, my kid wants pancakes. It will just take me like 3 minutes to fix. I'm going to microwave some pancakes. If my mic decides to work remotely today, it depends on Windows and USB. So, we never know. Then I could actually talk to you at the same time. Let's see if my mic switch button works. No. So I can see in OBS when I toggle the mic here, this is the other mic. There is no action there. So I could enable it at the same time, but it's all about the settings. It's in headphone mode, not in headset mode. So what if it now is still not there? Yeah. It's glitchy. It's USB, it's Windows. So we have to crash this, right? Before we do anything, before I go and get pancakes. I need to see the crash. If it just works, then I'm like, what? So let's put a breakpoint at the very last few instructions, maybe. Here, this is where we have a few of the instructions left. right? So if we copy this, add a breakpoint to this location, and continue to that address. We didn't get a crash yet, meaning if we pxa RIP, we're at the very end of the code. No, we're not. So let's compare. I feel blind. Yeah, we are. It's just this blue, I can't read it. So I was aiming for E to A4, right? Oh. No, that's what I was trying to do there. It's E2CC. E2CC. I was like, what? Am I stupid? So E2CC. We were supposed to end up at this place, but we didn't. We ended up at 4889. 4889. E752. No, this says E7 E8. So I'm confused, and we're also at a totally different memory address, right? So how come RIP is so far off? Let's just, I know that if I DC I'll regret this. Well, let's DS. So hopefully it is executing the shell code. I mean the actual shell. bin_sh. And that's why we hopped so far in memory. So DD9F10. We did AFK long ago. I'm like, was it today? Time to use the keys. So it's like time to do that command once more. So AFK. Okay. So something is broken, right? I'm DCing now. We got the shell. Yeah, I kinda assumed this must be that it worked, right? So we have the shell now. It's always nice when you debug something that didn't work and it works when you debug it. So I wanted to know why it didn't work. So why? So at this stage we haven't changed our user yet. So we're still user 1. But there it crashes. But it said user 1 before it crashed. Oh, this is good practice. So now I have to run, of course, this command without R2. Will I get the shell? No. Oh. Will I get the shell? No, I got a floating point exception, and this is what I've gotten on this, you know? But it worked when I ran it through R2. So let's go for the R2 command, and let's just DC it, meaning it should go to the very end. Nothing happened. It didn't error or anything. Something paused it. Yes, gubben! Jag kommer snart! So I should get my kids food. So now we're at the situation where when we run it at the shell, the prompt. So the only difference is that it runs with lower permissions when it's debugging. The suite is not that then. Could that be the reason for the illegal, what did it say? No, it's a floating point exception. Floating point exception. But I don't know what address. And we can't debug it because we get the no errors then. Yeah, so the next step of this what I changed to. Let's look at this. This is the command, last command to run. Well, oh my. Oh, it works in the debugger, but not as a command prompt. That's not a good way. It sounds very Windows, right? But not normally. Exec as prompt gives. So we're going to copy some stuff. So here is it. Yeah, so we have to have the end of it too, right? So we did the PXA. Let's just DC here. What if we attach? What if we attach and run it? I'm going to remove this because it's not useful. Okay. So this is 17, by the way. Let's check what signal 17 is. The shell process stopped or terminated and got a signal if traced. Okay, so the shell process stopped. So I did stop it here, right? But what if I had continued? I didn't stop it here. So we started it again. Let's do ls here, right? And it kind of crashes. It crashes. So it's not like it doesn't do anything. So we need, so I can see the difference here, right? 2 plus stopped, and we don't even get a prompt. So is something in the background? Yes, it was in the background. Why? So this is what it should give us if you were to continue any of these shells. So let's do ID, just do another command. Then we have to keep doing FG to get back. So let's exit it. Do you want to quit? Yes. Let's do FG again. Q. Any more? No. So it was 2 we did this with. So to get a prompt. At the signal 17, R2 is backgrounded. If we run exit at this prompt, we get the... We could probably have said we don't want to quit, right? So we get the do you want to quit. The R2 and the questions. I should do quit. Quit questions. So it works in the debugger, but not normally. Exec at prompt gives. Well, let's also do full word execution at prompt at the prompt gives floating point exception. So what I want to try now is to... So there's no way to attach to this program, right? Because it doesn't have a pause in it. And I'm not a computer. I'm not quick enough. We could ask the computer to help us, but it's not that important. So now let's compare this one to the next one. So the only difference here is the last bit of the address. Okay. So let's run this one. So this one with the only change here of doing 9.8 hex instead of 7.0 hex. Meaning we're later in the knobs. We're actually where the code starts. And I intended to do this first at the prompt, so let's just... We get the shell. And I wanted to know why this was. The only difference is where in the knobs I hop to. So let's try another address that is... Let's do 96. It's a tiny bit earlier. It works too. So let's hop in the middle there and do 80. Also works. Ah, this is so annoying. So it's just my first one that doesn't work. 80. Then we do 78 because that's in the middle. Then we get a segmentation fault. So this is in the knobs. Oh. Damn. Well. By the way, how long have I been doing this? So, the machine says it's expired, but we were just working on it. Oh well, we'll start it again. Because I was like, so we've been going for 2 hours and 51 minutes, and this didn't expire already? That's so wrong. I mean, so we had an SSH connection running, and as soon as it stopped. Also, let's just do LSLA and then do this and show people that this is not the same as clear. The reason I do clear is to remove the history. Some people say you're not supposed to do clear, you're supposed to do Control L instead, and it's not the same thing. So now we can't scroll up. Or rather, when we scroll up, we get history. So we have a new IP. So 145.36. And yes, for the millionth time, or what is it? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I might have had the same IP too. So now we're here, all our history is gone. So we have to remake it, which is very annoying. This is the one. So it's really finished. I just want to dig deeper. So why does this work and this is not? So 80 also works. So let's hop so we're still in the knobs, right? So I'm going to run this command again. So test ID. Who am I? We're user 1 and we have a prompt that does not like feel odd, right? It seems normal. So 80 works fine. Well, let's just drop that. It's very interesting though that 7 did not work. So it's also in the knobs. Why? Why? The only thing we changed is the position to hop into the knobs. So if we hop into the knobs here, we get a crash. If we hop into the knobs here, it's okay. Maybe that it would be that we would hop like that when we run it like that it's actually in there. That some other thing, some debug stuff is not in memory and it works because of that. That's the only reasonable explanation. So so old command. Let's use another address. We hop later in our knobs and try again. So x70 x80, and it worked. So this works, but we're not getting the permissions of user 2. So then there's this that we've gotten from the internet. that we need to explore more shellcraft. But we just have this here now. And I'd also like to test a MSF Venom payload. Let's actually do this at once. It's very quick. So what? I want to click there. If the application is not active, you can't give it commands. Very odd. So MSF Venom. Yeah, this is what we want. Only we want also X09. I forgot the X. Backlash X OA. Backlash X 20. And let's run that and see how long it is. I need to see format. Ah, that's okay. So it's 87 bytes. So let's just copy this and alternative test using MSF Venom, and let's for header it too, and let's actually put the whole thing there, of course. And the string is the one to modify. So this just means that we run this thing. Actually, let's do this thing. So copy, and it is 87 bytes, meaning we do 87 here. And then we delete that, and we paste the new one in. And this is just like why. At least let's have knobs. So I don't know why I select that character for the first time. So we want to exit that, we want to paste this, we want to run this. We want to DC it. We get an buffer overflow error. So let's quit. Let's run it this way. We get illegal instruction. Yeah. So this might be too long for some reason, but we can also just try modifying this then. So I don't like being like illogical, but now we run another thing. Yeah, so this should probably be like earlier. Yeah, so let's do it with R2. And let's do... It doesn't have anything in its memory anymore. I'll have to go and copy the commands. So first of all, let's actually... oh gosh. No. I don't know why I didn't copy it. Sometimes my copy paste doesn't work. So fixate ESP. Oh gosh, sorry. RSP. Yeah, so here we have the address to return to. The question is, is it good enough? So I tried these, right? 40, 50, 60, 70, and we currently have 80. So 80 is too far, it's in the middle of the code. But it's not too far, really. 7F, FF, FFFF, E2. Yeah, E2, ED. So let's quit this. Let's run it again with 6 instead here. And now we can use our history. And now we can check memory again. And we have 60 there. And if we check over RSP, we have our like extra knobs. We have the shell code, it's kind of big. And then 60 should just lead us in here. And so it is in the knobs. It should work. So it doesn't work, we get illegal instruction. So I'm curious why. So this was just a parenthesis test, you know, to just test something else. But I think it could be useful also. So let's just skip this. Oh. I want to continue with the last one. So let's skip the MSF test, really, because like, but you already know what. You already had problems enough, really, right? So I'm not going to do the last bit because it just works. So I didn't even do SH on this. Let's do 80 here so we keep the old one. And then we have the new one here. Let's see if Acer works with this one too. So let's quit this. And in case you were not here last time, all 16 hours, my coffee failed again. Is my computer getting tired? I even right-clicked into copy. So if we run this with this, we get a shell with a who am I of user2, meaning we can read the file that's a flag. The reason that this works is that we have added some code before the shell code, which is this. So it's very simple. We just add more shell code that actually hops to user2. Set UID 1002 1002. So that's why. Right, and let's do cat. Oh my god, I broke my notes. So cat etc password, and we can see easily here that user2 is this one. So it's not like a secret thing or anything. Why this works. So next step here is to remove all the rest of the notes that I didn't want to delete because it was 5 AM and I didn't know if I had all the notes. Now we have all the notes. Now we're going for Overflow 4. So Overflow 4, or rather Overflow 2. It's very nice when they call the directory of the machine Overflow 4, and they should call the task buffer Overflow 2. So, very logical. So we're going for a secret file, and I'm kind of assuming it's the same thing again. It's like they thought they helped us something in the first one. I think it's supposed to be a help, but it's not, because, you know, it's not teaching anything, it's just assuming knowledge again. So I had to learn it other ways. So, Overflow 4, why did I type it when I could have tabbed? So, right, it's a similar one. So, let's cat b dot there. Let's go to notes. So I know that this one starts like the files, the code. So I'm going to do the same. Files. There. And just the ls of the so I'm starting to get hungry. Just copying the code from the file there, and this is Z. Okay, so we have a buffer containing doggo, and we're copying string to buffer. Printf new word is. So the only thing is that they've added this, otherwise it's identical. Like, they don't have equals anything here. Sir copy printf copy arg. Oh, it's a concat. It's sir concat instead. I was like, why? So we have doggo to deal with there. They're just giving us more broken functions. There. We kinda just could run the same thing, you know? If we compare, we happen to have the code, right? So if we just go through the same steps, am I lazy if I do the same thing again? I guess. Right, so we're not going to check the code, we're going to just add some A's. Let's actually do the pattern created ones. But we don't need to because we already have a long string here. And I'm thinking 500 characters is more than enough for 154 character buffer, right? That's 140. So so the other one, yeah, so we'll have a few more characters here, I guess. Though actually it's adding this too. So is it trying to make it hard for us? As I suppose it's supposed to be harder, right? We see we have another secret txt. We have another suid. So let's just put a lot of characters. So I tried to paste. Let's see. Yeah. One-handed Linux paste. Oh. We did it. It works. No, we didn't get any information. I was like, did it actually give us an address? No, of course not. We R2. We debug. We wanted to already do the analysis stuff. There. We do let's a fl function list. Very similar. PDF at main. We won't need this, so but still. Let's do at sim dot what's the name of it? Concat.org. There, concat.org. We have the address of the ret instruction, so let's make a pointer or a breakpoint. There. Let's execute the code to this point. Let's check the registers. Let's pxa at RSP less than -100 and -200. We can see all of this stuff, but we really just want this. I just made the command so that I don't have to remake them then when we're looking for where the knobs are later. So this string here, we could actually see if it crashes. But we can copy this in case it doesn't. So we're going to well, this is the last instruction of the function. Let's run it. Yeah, we don't get the address. It won't have stopped either. It's still on this instruction. I'm going to execute this next. It doesn't read this. So we copied it. So let's just convert it. I guess I will make more notes on this, but no, that's not the last thing I copied. I'm copying it again. But that's an interesting thing to keep. That's a breakpoint, so this is the address, or rather this is the place we're going to put the address later. So let's just clear this and do I remember the path? Why don't I make it part of path? Yes, I should, but so I have a bit of a headache. So why didn't it find it? That's a Control F. Yeah, so knowing the path helps, but not searching for pattern. Whatever. Oh, we didn't need that. Let's just copy this. There. And we're going to I think that if I put it here backwards, it will know. No, it didn't. So I'll have to turn it around. It's so much quicker typing, right? 6641 3466. So 163. I guess I will just copy the command here and put stuff in. Oh no. There. And checking for buffer overflow. Well, so I didn't do any pre-check with ace or anything because we know it is there, you know. So it again didn't execute, but we have the address. Let's just go down a tiny bit. We don't need the there. Let's do it twice. Less risk of not managing to copy stuff. It's a very advanced task, copying stuff. So let's cut this down a bit. So, oh right, I got too much anyway. Why didn't I delete the old stuff? Why did I get all this in here? So here's when we had ended the other one. Or we were ending it. Here's where we're getting the code for it. So this is the right spot. So we have another lot left there. So we don't need the code twice, right? And so we're confirming that this does not give us an address like this. Just says segmentation fault. We don't need that here. These we can just dot. Yes, there was some information here before that we didn't think was that important. The EFL, the PDF of the function. They're interesting. There we can keep those. Then we have the breakpoint and hopping to the breakpoint. It says new word is doggo and all our stuff. Hitting the breakpoint. Setting breakpoint, running to breakpoint. Then we're checking registers. We don't really need that. It's not that important or interesting. Though it's kind of like all of it, so okay, we can have it there as a reminder how to do it if nothing else, right? Then after this, if you go to the very end, it doesn't really crash when we continue. So it goes back to the breakpoint. I want to test something. How do I remove breakpoints? Let's check our help. -star. Oh gosh. I wrote that in my notes. db -star. And let's db, no breakpoints. Let's dc now. So we got 2 at once. And it still hops back. And if we do dr, we have the same address as the current one. So it doesn't, that it kind of stops there, there's nothing to do with the breakpoint. Just wanted to confirm. So it's time to stop it and restart it. Again, we don't get the address. when the again it doesn't and the ret address is not popped from the stack and put in RIP. We can see the next data on stack though. So that's after I turned it around.
Streamar du eller?
Yes, gubben. This is just my hubby asking if I was streaming. Copy. Copy. What do you think? Woohoo. So we can see the next data on stack though. Accounting for Indianness. So it becomes let's find the position. Then we have 163. So our data so far is 163. No, of course more. Let's use the exploit we used and all right. In Overflow 3. As this also is a SUID binary with a buffer overflow vulnerability. So replace the address with bees to confirm. The position and also check for a correct address. So here we're going to I could have just copied all of it because I want the SH there. So let's just replace this address here. Right. Let's actually, I did at the end kind of do NOPs here, right? It's prettier with NOPs. I don't know. I just think it's prettier. We also need to update the position to 163 instead of 152. So this is 163, and let's see. I think I already, no, I didn't do the B's. So I'm split. Let's do this. It's easier to write B's, but it's more useful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's more useful to have \x because I'll have to add that later anyway, right? Well, I'll override it anyway, right? Let's do B's because it's simpler to type. Not that I already didn't have the other format already done. NOPs. This number. So we have a number of knobs, the amount that fits. We have a tiny amount here, just to have something there. I don't really see the use for this though. Then we have the code that will. Right. Let's look at the files. We're supposed to be a different user now, right? Yeah, I thought so. It's user 3 now. So we need to change this code. This needs to be updated. So if I think 2 seconds. So we don't have the code for 1002 in here, do we? Maybe we do. No, I don't want to do manual decimal to hex. I'm too lazy. The chef can help. So 31 third what? No. So hex, this is not hex number conversion. What is it doing? This is so odd. It's just adding the numbers with 3. This is 2 characters, right? I didn't say to ASCII, but now we know that this is what this is. So let's see, it might be the input format. Raw bytes. So this is a int. Okay, let's skip that. Decimal to hex. So here we have it. So 03EA here, 03EA. So we can just change it to 3 here instead. And the A will become a B. So let's just let's replace. We also need to we replace to since the user with permissions is number 1003. It's ID. That's ID. Replace the address to base. Update the position. Replace the ID. So when we run this, we will get to see where the knobs are. So let's run this to get an address. Did I even copy it? So we need to run this in R2. So let's quit and let's not run this, but paste the command, go to the start, let's run it with R2 DE and what? Okay, maybe we shouldn't. So is B's too good an address? Seriously? So let's just Yeah, right, it was called Overflow 2 and it's an Overflow 4 directory. Very, very odd. So, so we got this all the time when we did the OD command. Oh.
VR Mechatronics says.
Hey, how is going?
Yeah, it's good. What happened to my volume? There. So I just hit a little problem here. So let's quit this. So this command doesn't work. This command works. So let's imagine that we just test something, right? So our naps will be from the start here of this, and last time the address was somewhere here, so let's put it like at this address, right? Because we don't really need to run it again to have the address. Fail. Testing an address from last run. That should be enough now. So this is 40. E4. Right, let's actually \x E1. Why did I say E4? \x let's see, FF.
Can I ask you something? Can you check for me? Yes. With the job center in Sweden, what number the form for referral to vocational/internships training for the unemployed has?
Okay, but ask on the Discord instead, right? I'll check there. I don't know why my volume suddenly is crazy high. Is it because I changed this?
Okay.
Let's see. So just hop into the
John
Discord.
Rosemary says.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, John? So let's do 3 FFs there. So I'm just confirming that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 7F. So
I'm fine.
For this one, we didn't check bad characters or anything. I'm just trying to rush through it, I guess. So actually, let's copy this, I guess, and let's put this in there. And then we run this. So I'm so curious to see now why this happened. Well, let's see what happens. Oh gosh. So my last copy didn't work again. There. So buffer overflow, no such directory. file or directory. Quit. Oh, right. So do you see what I've been doing all the time? I didn't update the command. So this is buffer overflow. You're caught on the tiny things. So it's supposed to be 2. But how come my first darn thing worked then? Then I typed buffer overflow 2 and I did do it from scratch. And then I was copying stuff and then I didn't do it. Okie dokie. So this one is let's also the executable name might be a nice thing to well, that's so bad. That's so bad. I know why it didn't work now. But oh. I thought I changed it here first, but I didn't. So we're getting an error. So I'm just thinking quickly, we didn't introduce any of the characters we didn't want, at least. Right. Let's run the previous command now. So, meaning this one. So we had a total fail here, but hopefully we have. I thought it was my Python that was messing it up, but it's odd because we did have a similar one before, similar problem, that is. With the last one, actually, before I run this, I'm just going to clear it. So now it works. So now we know that the error messages of this is not very good. So what I'm looking for in my notes now is the address to put the breakpoint at. So it is this, and then we just DC over there, and we're going to look at our memory. Well, hopefully we can arrow up from here to that, and here we can see our B's, which is the next thing. The next thing when we hop to this. This is the ret instruction address, so the next thing that will happen is it will ret to this, meaning it will pop this address off the stack, and it will just hopefully hop here. So let's see. What I just did didn't work. Let's see why it didn't work. So, did I just read in an odd way? So 7F, E1. Oh, right. So when I tested 1 here. It's supposed to be a 2. If it had been a 2, it would have worked. I think, because it doesn't always work as it should, it seems. So the fail was because I had the wrong name of the program. That requires a deep breath, say. So when we do DS now, it will probably yeah, it won't give us an address because it's odd. I think it's this version on this box, and this is the last thing, then we're done with it. So we're going to quit. First we're going to actually copy this, because this is the thing we want. So yeah, so we set the breakpoint. What on earth? Let's get the start line too. So there. Let's run this. We don't have to like write it again. We just did this with R2 before. And then we get the addresses that were for our knobs. And I selected this one. Let's actually put it like this. So let's select an address in the middle of the knobs. Let's do we instead. We convert it. Oh, let's do there. So, and we add it to the script, of course. Update this, which is the same as this, but with the correct address. And I did update it.
Hulking
right.
River says.
Best viewers on. Web link.
Loved Vehicle says.
Best viewers on. Web link.
Fixerbot says.
So my script
Message
finds
removed.
them and remove them, but not before the TTS spoke them. That's the streamer bots that's finding those messages. But since the TTS is just checking chat itself quickly, too quickly, it doesn't notice that they're removed. Yeah, let's do this. Control C. See if Control C works this time. So let's just paste this. Actually, let's quit. I thought I had done that when I didn't click OK on it. We get a segmentation fault. Since we know that this is like an odd problem that we've had before, let's switch this one to 8 instead. We get the same. So 8 is also within the knobs, but it's the very end. So if we do 30, it would be at the other end. Yeah, so I guess that we will do a test for bad characters too. So let's throw the string in here. Why am I doing this and not in the editor? That would have been easier, right? So let's throw all the characters in here. So now we had our nice file here with all characters for bad sharks. I'm actually excluding null to start with, because why, you know? And then we're going to have to look at the disassembled code. New word is doggo. So let's just right, the other one is, let's do this other ones. It had 1, 2, right? So it's just doggo. So now we're getting lots of other stuff. So just a bit for fun test. So if we are to DA this, we do ALF, AFL, we do PDF, it main, we do PDF at some dot concat MSG arg, and then we find something. So in the other one we could see in RAX. Right. Now we're looking for doggo. Before we didn't look for doggo. I'm like, the instruction after here. This might be good. So let's put a point there a bit earlier in the program so that the registers have not changed for the last bit. So we want the string to be copied to the right place, but we don't want it to be the register contents to be mangled. So let's there, and so what do we have at RAX for this one, because it's a long, again I saw it copied it to RAX the doggo, right? Yeah, so it worked. We have doggo and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and big surprise, 9 is not there. So let's do the 9. It's good to be systematical when you don't, when something odd happened, you know. Something odd did happen here. So we're going to put the same DB, we're going to well, I can type DC, right? So yeah, we did DR. We don't need to. Let's do just check this. So still the same as last time. So last time we removed A2. So we run this. We put this. I can type DC, right? Though it's kind of quick still. So now we have B, C, D. Yeah, it's on the same place. It's on the same place. Oh my god, I'm just going to queue. How much do you need to think for queuing? Clicking queue, that is. So here we have it. 20. If you didn't notice, after 1F, this should be 20. If we manage to put it all in memory.
National Shoe says.
Best viewers on. Web link.
Fixerbot says. Message removed.
So I think it's increased the number of messages. So if it didn't speak the message, I wouldn't let it speak the message removed. Maybe I should still mute that. Yeah. Let's actually fix that for at once, right? So it's our spam here. We just have message removed there. I'm just putting a dash at the start, and it won't be spoken. So there. Alright, you didn't see it because it was on the screen. So instead of 2, it's 2, 1. And then we can quick read down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, and we're actually missing FF here. So I'm just looking, there's no nulls in the middle there. So it's not a big surprise that what reads in arguments, and that's string copy and string, what did it use this time? Add strings together, concatenation, have the same characters that end the string. So I'm kind of assuming that that will be okay. Means also that it should be working. So this is not a problem. We'll have to step through it and see what happens and why it doesn't work, right? Same bad chars as overflow 3. So that is called overflow 3 buffer overflow and overflow 4 buffer overflow 2. That's not a nice thing. Not a nice thing. So anyway, these characters should not be in here. But as we go to the end, we could really already confirm that. Right, so we don't need to. Oh, no, the characters were not entered into here. It was just the address that we added and didn't work. Didn't work. So let's copy this again. And should I clear? Let's just look at this. It would be in there, then I was failing to run it. So here I'm running buffer overflow, not buffer overflow 2. No such file or directory. Big surprise. Here I'm doing the 2. We're setting a breakpoint. We're putting the data into here. We have it with this address. We get a signal 11, and to check back to, oh, it's been 19, that's why it's hopped up. If you check back here, we have invalid memory reference, meaning it's probably a buffer overflow because we've overridden the memory reference that's supposed to be there. And here we didn't enter a correct one, so this is okay. It's just B's. But let's see. Oh, yeah, here we got segmentation fault when we run this, but we have not yet tried it in R2. Okay, yeah, let's just clear it to have a fresh start, and let's hop here and let's do R2DA, and this is not the correct one. So I don't remember the end of her line. I remember the Control A for the other direction. But this is supposed to be 2. We get the segmentation fault anyway. So notes. Looking at the memory. If we hop here, it should work, right? And when we were not in the debugger, I also tested changing this value to like 8 here to try a later address. Let's also try doing this as 3 in case for some reason it's longer. I'm thinking more like actually do the 1. So 240 is the one that should be hopefully working. So if we R2 DA and we're in R2 and let's do actually yeah, so what was 590? So let's quickly check here. So we want the return here. This is what we want. So this is why we have run this before. So we continue to this location in memory. and it prints the long thing. We can see VinSH in there. Then let's check the registers, and we can see we are at this address. It's not just here and that it says it's there. It's there. And also we have overridden this with knobs. So RBP is already bye-bye. Whatever was there is no more. The next instruction we run will hop it. So let's RAX. Yeah, so we don't want RAX anymore. We want oh, I have low battery. Better fix that. So fixed. Yes, I was thinking of RSP. So we can see exactly what it's going to do. But we did RSP minus before, like 200, to be able to also see the NOP sled here and the code. We have 10 NOPs in between. Why we have 10? That's a good question, but it ended up that way. And then we have the address. So it looks right. It has the correct number here. So if we go from this direction, or we can go it here. So we have 40, we have E2, we have FF, and we have FF. Oh! Okay, so it's not correct. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's two FFFs too much. So when I typed it, I must have done 2 F's too much. That's nice, meaning that it is not as buggy as it could have been. So why do I have 2 F's too much? What did I do? So where's all the F'iness? Yeah. Yeah, that was before I got this. And I just miscalculated. 1, 2, 3 pairs of F's. And there's 4. There's 4. So it's just human error. So let's fix it. That's an easy fix. So we're going to go up to the one that's there, and then we just delete these. So of course it was in a crazy place in memory because it was the wrong place. Too many F's. An extra byte. So we still got an error. We still got an error. Well, my tests now might work. So let's say that when we're not debugging, we get an earlier address. Now, let's say that we get a later address when we're not debugging. I don't think so, but still. Okay. So then we put this again. I'm actually going to go up to the last R2 command. And I was actually there. There, R2, of overflow 2. Yeah, let's see here. 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pairs, and that. And we do this. We run that. We DC. We look at memory. We can look at registers first, and then we'll look at memory. RSP minus 200, so we can see the memory here. Now we're at the same place, and this memory address that's here is currently, let's try it again, 7F, FF. Then we have 4 Fs, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have, did I do it again? What? Should I go sleep now? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's correct. So we have 40 here, E2 here, then we have 6 Fs here, then we have 7F. Oh. Let's just look at it again. So we have knobs all the way from here to here. And now I can see there are from here to there. There are knobs. After doggo, it says doggo here. The unreadable text, why does it do dark blue on black? It's not readable. All other colors, and it does the most interesting bit in that color. Well, one of the most interesting bits. So, what do you want to really mark a lot? It does that. So we have 240 E240 there. What we're going to do now is to step through it. So we're going to step now DS and see what happens if this is read into memory and we're starting execution here, which it did. So now we're in there, we're executing. Next time we do something, it will execute this. So let's actually put a breakpoint here, so we don't have to step through all the knobs, right? So let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do 6 here, right? So if we put this there and we DC, we hit the breakpoint. And if we now do PXA at RIP, the next instruction to run is, well, the next two is 2 90s. So I'm going to do DS, and then we look here again, next instruction, right? So now we do DS. So I'm thinking if I DC now, continue execution with not stepping, will it just hop to a shell prompt? If it does, if it doesn't, both would be as bad. because it's not logical, is it? Didn't I test this? So let's do the S again, and let's look here. So we're in there, we're executing stuff. Let's hop to this one. Yeah. So we're executing to that place. We're checking where our RIP is now, and what instructions are at that place. So let's see here. 2 E2 AE. E2 AE. This is where it should have stopped, but it hopped to BE. I don't get it. If we run the one instruction, stopping failed. Let's DC. Cannot continue. It stopped execution. And I don't think it's strange of it to stop execution, but we should have gotten a shell first, right? So we're going to Q. We're going to run this command without R2 again. And so, nah, I'm seeing what someone else has hit on this, because I think this one is, they're a bit odd. They're a bit odd. So, buffer overflows. So, hack the bugs. Buffer overflows. So all other things I've tested buffer overflows on, they've been logical. I mean, they've been not just suddenly odd. So I just did hack the box. Now let's try TryHackMe. So let's just click the first one. And let's go to the very end. And let's scroll up a bit. What? This is the other user. Just a sec, my kids are looking. Yes, Mom. I just realized I do have some chocolate. So they're just going through the tools that was used. That's why. What are they doing here? Talking about GDB. Metasploit. Okay, the pattern tools. All right. They stole this table from the same place I did. Oh my god. So I shouldn't have scrolled from this bottom. So let's go back to the start of the buffer overflows 2 here. So include, this is a code. Yeah. So why are they doing? Well, they said it was the first time they did it. Okay, I shouldn't complain, or criticize or try. Anyway, so they are adding because they were doing it earlier bit. If they had just looked at memory, they would have seen that after this, if they would have looked at memory at RSP, they would have seen that the next bit, they would have gotten the right number, 163, that we did. So we can use the same shellcode as in the previous task. We need to generate a new shellcode for the EUAD. Let's see if there's in mind that I changed manually are the same, right? So this could be a fail if I just assumed I could change it manually, and we can look at the last one here. So let's compare it. So they have 31FF 66 XPF. Here's the 3 that we changed: 6A 71 58 14 59 FE 5. Yeah, so they have the same. Run this to find the memory address, and this is not the same address we have. And they're using GDB instead. So we have a different memory address. We're on E3, not E9. So I'm curious if this is the correct address. Simply replace the B's with the address we found. Yeah, so it was just the same one, but why do we get different addresses? We even checked the bad characters, but this doesn't really do the this. It doesn't talk about it even. So if I were to just run this, oh my, I'm in the wrong place. So if I were to run this with their address, which is we have E9 24. If I just run this like this, it also gets a segmentation fault. Well, that's nice at least. I was like, so they also have the 3 pairs of F's. But then they have a different address than we had. And they just get it. By the way, we tried before trying to debug stuff, right? So, and So a lot of these just write all of the, you know, it's just all of the room. Oh, there it is. So, oh, we're not Alice Lane. Oops. The buffer is 154 bytes. Okay, okay. So they're not doing anything logically, they're testing. That's one way. If you don't want to look at memory, we'll use the same shellcode as previously. I don't know what they used, of course, but we can see. Yeah, it's also shellcraft. And I see the EB03 here too, so it's the same, definitely, right? What? So they just write it here. It's probably backslashes in it that we can't see. Oh my. So. Oh yeah. Oh gosh. The return address. Let's see what they get. B times 19, C times 6. BC. They have C's at the end there. You can see it's 43. They're looking at memory. They do an RSP minus 200, just like we did. And they have 8 instead here. They're not changing it, they're having A's. So they are at E2. Yeah, so we were at E240, so we're at the same position as this one in memory. But they're selecting a later one. We tried 280. So payload. And they get the secret. Yeah, so both we've done the same thing. And this one we even have the same address. So let's just copy this. There are a few tiny differences and see if this works. I didn't do that with the other one. I think it was identical though. I don't think this one is identical. Let's see if we copy this one. So we have what is 163 minus 40, so 123 minus. So we're almost at 90. And theirs worked. So, and I can see that this is the same. They're using exactly the same thing. The only difference is what? Is there a logic error in mine somewhere? So what if I put 19 in mine here and 19? It's the same. Okay, so let's exit. There. And let's run hours. This is hours. We're changing this to 19. And we're changing this, oh gosh. Change it to 19. And change the start. Let's actually do the math there. So 163 minus 40. Minus 10. and minus 14. That is 99. So we had 99 here and 10 at the end. And we have confirmed that it starts running the code. So it's not the wrong position. So now we change it to be. So this is not even, you know, adding 9 here. Yeah, it is even. And removing 9 up here. So of course it is. So we're removing 9 from the start and putting it at the end. And we get a segmentation fault. So there's something else in the code that's different. So these two. What is different here? So 31, FF66, EB03, 58, then 48, 89, it could be 5. They have a plus in here for some reason. Then they have 6A, 3B, 58, 48, 31, D2, 49B, 8, 2F, 2F, 6, 2. I just don't want to get off sync here. Yeah, I am off sync. Oh right, it's because of the plus. Right, so 6269 XE 2F 736849 08415 04. Let's do 4889 5257 4889 E6. Here, this is the difference. Is this? No? No, it is the same. I just started looking crookedly there. So serif is still there. 5. C. Seriously, there's no difference. So the only difference I can see now is their address is 78 here. Right. And we checked on our machine that it was 24. And we tried 802. So that's when I assumed that this was not a problem. But this one is also 9 here because that's what I tested with. So this should be a 2 really. No, it should be a 2, E2. So let's scroll up to where it's actually here. E2 40 E2 28. Right? So it's a very similar problem to the other one. So I didn't chance on exactly the right one. So this is the last one I run. So let's set 7, 8, 2. So let's exit again. And let's do 8, 0. So let's copy this one and let's compare. So yeah, and this I have tested lots of different numbers on. And now I'm going to go to the very top. Almost wish I had the very top stuff. Here is where I tested 2.8. This is the first test. So so my calculation there, I just changed it. So I did, instead of 63, it is 13 if you remove the 50, that is minus 40 and minus 10. And then it is 13 minus 40, which is 99. 113 minus 40 is 99. And then it's much more similar to this one. So I have 9 less here and 9 more here. And I can't see any other difference. Yeah, it has the same address. Do you understand the frustration of spending, what, more than an hour on this? What logical thing could make it be like that? So if we run the first one here, the one I run first, so I'm copying, I'm pasting it, I'm running it, we're getting segmentation fault. I'm copying the other one, I'm pasting it, I'm running it, we get the shell. And this is these two. The only difference that I can see are these. The number of knobs at the start, it's 9. 9 difference. So let's copy this one, the non-working one, and we're modifying it, very controlled here, doing a 0 here and a 9 here, meaning it's the same distance. Then I'm pasting it here and we're running it. Now we got the segmentation fault here too. So let's see, what is the difference between this and this? So one step at a time. So this one I'll delete, it's the same as this. I just need to run this again, almost. So what is the difference? Let's delete the middle one, and let's just run this because I want to see that it really fails. Yeah, we get segmentation fault. So this works. Seg fault. 1990. Darn same strings. Oh, this is the one where I hadn't edited this. Okay, so then we're undoing the changes. We're just going to do this. So my first one, the first one I did would have worked if I had not had the error of too many F's. That's a bug, definitely. So where is it? This one. And otherwise it's just where in the... So let's copy this one. Let's paste it. And let's exit. Let's paste. And remove one FF. So that was all. So much debugging for simple repeating FF too many times when I wrote the address. Well, it's nice that there are other people on the internet that do the same thing and you can check to see. But really, also, you know, when I tested before, the other times, I did use this address because it is also there, and this one doesn't work, and it's supposed to, like, kinda supposed to. So, but I knew I had tested 80. And let's exit. I also tried 8 here, or 3 here, and that didn't work. You don't need to exit that. It didn't work. So, but with 4 here, right? So it's also, so you have to be exactly at the right spot in the knobs on the right spot for it to work, which is like annoying. And now I got an error on that. Yeah, it has to be 80. So it has to be 80. I had tested 80, that's why I thought it wasn't that problem. So, we have it. We have it. But it's darn annoying. Let's copy the original one here. That I only changed the address. So it's really supposed to be this here. And the only change between these should be that this should be an 8 when I paste it here. So this should up to an 8. And that's why it didn't work. Though both are in my knobs. So 80 worked, 40 didn't work. A bit more than 80 didn't work either. But when I tested the most, I had 2 F's too much, so I didn't test it again. Or I wouldn't have checked someone else's, but it's great that there are others out there on the internet. It's just so annoying. So I've added 2 F's more here. Let's just do the end of it. Where am I typing? So let's cat secret. Yeah, so I'm very curious why it's so exact with the knobs. We have a long list of knobs, 99 knobs I have, and still if I hit the wrong spot, it doesn't work. So, and that's tiny changes. Tiny changes. So, yeah, I'm following now. Thanks for the raid again. There. Yeah, so this one is done. I think there are no other buffer overflows. Except for the one that we're currently doing in our path.